Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Will Robinson Smith will be conducting our commentary for the duration of this coverage. We are broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at KSC. And welcome into Launch Day as NASA and SpaceX prepare to send the latest crew up to the International Space Station on a 6-month rotation to conduct science and technology demonstrations and learn more about how to live and work off-planet to help make life just a little bit better down here. Currently T-minus 4 hours, 8 minutes, 30 seconds away from the planned liftoff. Want to take a wide-shot look at the pad here. You can see some of the crews that are arriving there at the pad deck just around the Falcon 9 rocket. Timeline is moving on ahead, and crews are getting suited up as we speak in their flight suits before they prepare to board a Dragon spacecraft named Endurance, which is sitting there at the pad. You can see the NASA helicopter just going out of view. Looks like teams are running just a little bit ahead of schedule with that advanced team getting to the pad there a little before the 4-hour mark arrives. As the crews get suited up and conduct leak checks at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, they will then board a series of black Teslas and make the roughly 20-minute drive from the O&C building out to Historic Launch Complex 39A, where all but one of NASA's crewed missions to the International Space Station have launched. Crew-9, of course, was distinct in that it was the first and so far only NASA mission to lift off with crew on board heading up to the ISS. But it was a good test of all of the crew support systems, so now and for the foreseeable future, NASA will have 2 points of access to low Earth orbit for its astronauts, Launch Complex 39A as well as Space Launch Complex 40 out at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. As we're getting into our coverage today, I want to thank the more than 1,500 of you who are watching live. If you haven't already, be sure to click that like button, share the stream, allow some folks to find their way into this live launch coverage, and go and get cozy since we have a few hours to talk and get familiar with the crew and watch them as they prepare to head to space, 2 of them for the very first time. Want to thank our moderators in the live chat for helping us out today. Tip of the cat to Callistia Lee, Rick Donner, and checking for any of the others. Aussie Space Girl is with us at the moment. And we'll keep our eyes peeled for any of the other mods if they happen to cruise on in over the course of this broadcast. You can do us a big favor by helping them out, following a few guidelines that will help prevent your comments from being deleted by one of our moderators. Number 1, and most importantly, be courteous to others. Everyone's launch experience here could be their first time watching a live launch, so be sure to extend them the same courtesy that you would have liked for your first time watching a launch. We also ask that you converse in English only so that our moderators can understand and respond appropriately to comments and queries. Also ask that you not use all caps out of respect for the rest of the live chat. And last but certainly not least, we ask that you refrain from delving into overt politics. There are plenty of YouTube channels to discuss those topics. This is not one of them, though. So if you go ahead and follow those guidelines, we'll have a wonderful time here as we watch the progress towards the launch of Crew-10 heading up to the ISS. See Mark Otto, another one of our channel members and moderators, is with us. Good to see you, Mark. These live broadcasts are made possible by the support of our channel member community here on YouTube. So I want to thank folks like Toasty Juiced, John Matthew, that Opal guy, Butterfly, My Honey, Diana Nichole, the Rocket Girl, Kevin J, and many others. Got a nice helicopter shot here. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, where right now you can find the embroidered mission patch for this Crew-10 mission. Channel membership also affords you access to our members-only Discord server, access to members-only videos here on YouTube, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here in the Cape in 4K. Got a lovely 360 helicopter shot of the Falcon 9 rocket standing tall at Historic Launch Complex 39A. The booster flying today's mission will be taking off, heading to space and back for a second time. You can see some of those propellant storage tanks off in the distance there. Those are the white spheres, the water tower there, and that pad just beyond it is pad 39B, where NASA's Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft will launch in support of the Artemis program. As we continue to swing, we should see a view of the vehicle assembly building come into frame here momentarily. Oh, the shot moved away before we could get to that point, but the various pieces of the Space Launch System rocket are currently being assembled inside the VAB. There's that vehicle assembly building I was talking about in the top of the frame there. Right now they have the core stage for the rocket in High Bay 2. The two solid rocket boosters have been stacked in High Bay 3, where they will conduct the integration of the full vehicle stack. That's also where the mobile launcher is located as well. Recently, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage that will power the upper stage of the SLS rocket was recently brought over from United Launch Alliance's facilities to the VAB. Also, the launch vehicle stage adapter was just recently brought into the VAB as well. So the various pieces and parts of the SLS rocket coming together, launch of that mission coming up no later than April of 2026 is the current plan. And just you see there a view of the Falcon 9 rocket at pad 40, which is getting ready to launch later on this evening if that stays the plan. Little view of Slick 41 as well. That's where United Launch Alliance launches its Atlas V and Vulcan rockets. We're now T-minus 4 hours and counting. We're taking a look at the spacecraft that will take this 4-member crew up to the International Space Station. This is Dragon Endurance, which will be making its 4th flight to the orbiting outpost. Its first mission supported the launch of Crew-3.
Down to a T0 of 19:48:57 UTC and 23:48:57 UTC, 19:48:57 local, with a minimum of 2 launch opportunities for Thursday and Friday for backup attempts. The crew are currently getting suited up at ONC. The advanced team is currently on the way to the pad to open the side hatch and prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are me up, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Falcon 9 is not working issues this time. However, hydraulics is undergoing final release bleeds to the system for readiness for flight. Weather is looking favorable at the launch site. The launch ascent weather with meteorological input was used to tune the forecast model, showing a failure possible risk of 14.6% and grow criteria for flight today. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of crew contingencies from ingress through launch. And as a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar X will go into lockdown T-minus 45 minutes until after spacecraft separation or the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their state locations until lockdown is complete. And C, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon is healthy and not tracking any issues.
And MD, do you have a report on Dragon health?
Dragon is healthy and not tracking any issues.
This will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing unless there are any other questions.
And as you just heard, concluding the T-minus 4-hour readiness.
Core on countdown. Advanced team is open side hatch on schedule.
With that readiness briefing behind us, we're now taking a look inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, where you can see the 4 crew members of the Crew-10 mission are getting suited up in their flight suits, conducting some final checkouts, surrounded by both NASA and SpaceX personnel and support teams. Folks in the black suits are referred to as the ninjas from SpaceX that assist the astronauts throughout this whole process and are stationed around various parts of the Space Center, obviously here in the Operations and Checkout building. But as you just heard as well, there is an advanced team that is getting the Dragon spacecraft ready at the pad as we speak. Right now you're looking at the 2 NASA astronauts who are flying on board this mission. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see pilot Nichole Ayers. She is flying to space for the very first time, a member of the 2021 astronaut class known as the Flies. To her right, our left, that is Mission Commander McClain. She is going to be making her second trip to space after previously flying to the orbiting outpost on board a Soyuz spacecraft. The 45-year-old has spent a little more than 204 days in space, close to 205 days, and has completed a total of 2 EVAs with a total spacewalk time of 13 hours and 8 minutes. At the feet of these 2 astronauts, you can see the various mission patches for the crew flights that SpaceX has supported. You can see from the top left of those footrests is the Demo 2 mission, where NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, now former NASA astronauts, were the first 2 to hop aboard a Dragon spacecraft and head up to the International Space Station. The most recent Crew Dragon mission was that of Polaris Dawn, which spent about 5 days as a free flyer mission in orbit. The commander of that flight, Jared Isaacman, is poised to become NASA's next administrator if confirmed by the U.S. Senate. Taking a look now at Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, astronaut. This is Takuya Onishi, who will also be flying to space for a second time. He serves in the mission specialist role with this particular mission. Onishi is 49 years old, born in Tokyo, Japan, was elected as an astronaut by JAXA in 2009. Before becoming a JAXA astronaut, he worked as a co-pilot flying on board Boeing 767 aircraft beginning back in 2003. No stranger to NASA, he also spent time on the Underwater Nemo mission back in 2011. Right now you're seeing Commander Anne McClain in the seat closest to us right now. You can see her suit is notably stiffer than that of her pilot and fellow crew member Nichole Ayers. Right now they're going through a suit leak check, and they'll do a similar leak check once the 4 crew members are actually on the Dragon spacecraft and are seated in their actual seats, but these are duplicate seats that they use to do these suit leak checks and make sure that everything is as expected at this point before they go ahead and put them on the Dragon. Taking a look at the 4th and final crew member that we have yet to introduce, this is a Russian cosmonaut, Kirill Peskov. As is the case with Nichole Ayers, he too is flying to space for the first time on this mission. He will be the 6th cosmonaut to fly on board a Dragon spacecraft as part of a seat swap agreement between NASA and Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. In fact, the first time that a Russian cosmonaut flew on a commercial crew program spacecraft, in this case Dragon, was back during the Crew-5 mission. Anna Kakina was the cosmonaut that served in that mission specialist role. And since then, there has been a Russian cosmonaut on every Dragon flight to the International Space Station, as there's been an American on every Soyuz flight to the ISS. As part of the seat swap agreement for this mission, Kirill Peskov will fly to the orbiting outpost on a Dragon, and NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, one of the final members of the 2017 astronaut class, the Turtles, will fly to the ISS. Now taking a nice helicopter look at the top of the Falcon 9 stack, where you can see that Crew Dragon spacecraft. This particular Dragon also flew the Crew-5 mission in addition to Crews 3 and 7. Because Crew 3 was the first on board this Dragon spacecraft, they had the honor of naming it, and they chose the name Endurance. As I mentioned, that Falcon 9 first stage booster, that is tail number 1090 in the SpaceX fleet. It has had just one flight so far. That was the launch of the O3B mPOWER 7 and 8 spacecraft on behalf of satellite communications company SES. Each astronaut or cosmonaut has a representative from their respective space agency that is dedicated to them with this mission. You can see in the black flight suit, representative of Roscosmos there, standing next to NASA personnel. In the blue flight suit is another JAXA astronaut, though it's a little hard to tell from this angle who exactly that is. Right now you can see Takuya Onishi is going through his suit leak check. You can see it's a little more rigid. Looks like a good conclusion of the suit leak check for both Anne McClain as well as Nichole Ayers. They are now getting up out of their seats, checking on...
Core on countdown. LIO seals removed and installation complete. On schedule.
Checking it with other crew members here to see how they're doing. Before these 4 crew members depart the ONC entirely, they will step outside to say goodbye to their friends and family one last time before they hop in their crew transport vehicles and head on out to Launch Complex 39A. Couple of fist bumps exchanged as crew's getting ready for their mission. The weather looks quite spectacular for today's flight. A little bit breezy here, but launch weather officers with the 45th Weather Squadron forecast a greater than 95% chance of favorable weather for launch today. And this mission coming just after sunset should be a fairly spectacular view for folks in Central Florida and likely on up the coastline, assuming the weather locally is not too bad. But we've seen Falcon flights heading up to the ISS where folks as far as Washington, D.C. have been able to spot the Falcon 9 as it makes its descent. Vehicle will fly in a northeasterly trajectory as it heads along the coast. Also, for those who were in Brevard County, where the Kennedy Space Center is located, or in the nearby vicinity, be aware that the Falcon 9 first stage booster is going to be making a return to landing site landing. Originally, these crew missions had the Falcon 9 rocket touch down on a drone ship out in the Atlantic Ocean, but they've been able to touch down on land starting with the Crew-7 mission. All that said, you will hear a sonic boom depending on exactly where you are and what the conditions are like, but it should be quite loud for folks in the most immediate vicinity. So thinking folks like in the Jetty Park area or just across the river from the launch pad. Gentleman in the middle there, that is Joe Akaba. He's the chief of the astronaut office. And it's customary for either the chief or the deputy chief to be in here in the suit-up room with the crew as they prepare to make their departure. Having some kind of conversation about the mission patch. Looks like a sticker there that might be a gift to one of the SpaceX support crew. Now T-minus 3 hours, 46 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage from Spaceflight now of the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. In about 15-ish minutes is when the Dragon hatch is scheduled to open, now that the advanced team has been doing some work up there. The crew is set to depart for the pad in roughly 25 minutes. Looks like McClain is getting ready to add the Crew-10 mission patch sticker to that collection. Near the seat where she just got suited up. And it looks like the other crew members are doing the same. So that's why you saw the mission patch stickers come out, because you're seeing them added to this collection of fellow space flyers. Very carefully, since I imagine you only get one shot to really adhese it correctly. Otherwise, you might get that residue and have to redo it. But thumbs up, sticker down. A symbolic milestone of the mission moving ahead. Seeing NASA astronauts and McClain, Nichole, Ayers the commander and the mission pilot talking with one another. As you can see in the sleeves of the SpaceX flight suits, they do have a couple zipper layers, so until they reach the point in which they have to have their hands gloved, they can keep their hands outside of their flight suits, give them a little more dexterity while they're working in this pre-flight part of the mission. In that frame you saw just a moment or two ago in the black flight suit, but with the blue wings, the pilot wings, that was NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She is also a member of the 2021 astronaut class, along with Nichole Ayers. Crew launch days are a well choreographed sequence of events, and so the reason it may seem like folks are kind of milling about at this point is because things happen on a very specific timetable, and looks like that SpaceX crew member is just helping a little bit of the fit work there with Takuya Onishi. The crew went through this whole process back on Sunday when they conducted what's called a dry dress rehearsal. It's essentially going through all of the steps with both the crew and the support teams that we're seeing now on launch day. Of course, at the end of it, there isn't a launch, because when they get into the Falcon 9 rocket and close the hatch, there's no propellant that gets loaded then while the crew is on board. Following the conclusion of the dry dress rehearsal, they exit the vehicle, go back to the O&C to doff their suits, and then following that, SpaceX conducted a wet dress rehearsal where they tanked the rocket and conducted a static fire test where they ignited the 9 Merlin engines at the base of the booster.
Core on countdown, suit donning and checkouts complete, on schedule.
On the upper left-hand side of your screen, that appears to be NASA astronaut Eric Bowe. Bowe flew on board STS-126 and STS-123. He was also, for a brief time, part of the crew that was set to fly aboard the Starliner crew flight test. Prior to the crew departing the suit-up room here at O&C, it's also typical that we see the full team play a game with the chief of the astronaut office, and it looks like Joe Akaba's got a deck of cards in his hand. Each game is up to the crew, how they need to go about it, what game they decide to play, but typically they will play a game until the commander loses. The idea is to get the bad luck out of the way so that they can proceed with all the good juju heading towards the launch itself. There's Chris Birch again that we were just mentioning. She earned a doctorate in biological engineering from MIT back in 2015. Also a member of the 2021 astronaut class. Group photo here in the suit-up room now that they've finished all of their checkouts. Another part of this choreography here. It looks like Joe Akawa is getting ready to deal the cards for whatever game they're about to play. It's not announced ahead of time what this will be, so we're kind of left in the dark as other folks are as well. And it looks like it was just a simple game of high card wins. It's the crew members posting with the final cards that they were dealt. An apt metaphor, as it looks like they've been dealt a gorgeous hand when it comes to the weather today. Taking another aerial look over Launch Complex 39A. As they get up in the elevator there at the base of the pad, they will hit the button that just says "to space." On the left-hand side of the crew access tower, you can see part of the emergency egress system. This is a slide wire escape, similar to what was used during the shuttle days. In the event of an emergency, before the escape system is armed on the Dragon spacecraft, they would have the opportunity to use that basket system to make a quick getaway from the launch tower, if so needed. The emergency egress system over at Space Launch Complex 40 is similar in length but different in dynamics. It's essentially a long red, almost slide-like tunnel chute that gets ejected from a white metal box that extends from the launch tower down to a terminus point on the ground, and then you just kind of hop in and slide down, sort of like a ride you'd see at an amusement park at a carnival attraction. Obviously a little more robust since it is part of a safety apparatus. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 34 minutes, 13 seconds away from the planned launch of this crew. Because this is a flight heading up to the International Space Station, they have an instantaneous launch window. So if there's anything that comes up, whether it be related to the crew or from ground systems or the rocket or the Dragon, it would cause them to stand down and pivot to one of their backup opportunities, either Thursday or Friday, depending on the nature. But so far, everything is proceeding on time, or in some cases, a little ahead of schedule. Now T-minus 3 hours, 32 minutes, 6 seconds and counting. As we continue to roll on through the count, want to thank the more than 2,600 of you who are joining us live. If you haven't already, be sure to click that like button, share the stream, allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Want to welcome a new channel member, Mr. Gold, joining us channel membership at the pad leader level. Also, thanks to channel member and moderator Callistia Lee for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. To our 10 newest gifted channel members, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. And if you haven't already, be sure to thank Callistia in the live chat. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership. No, T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. You're taking a look outside the doors of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, where in the next several minutes we'll see the crew walk out and greet their friends and family who are standing by ready to wish them well as they head off on their journey to space. Taking a look at space photographers, including somewhere out there our own Adam Bernstein and Michael Caine. Friend of the channel, John Pisani, also out there as well. Trying to see who we've got as far as dignitaries, although with this faraway view it's a little hard to make out. Believe in the blue baseball cap, I think that's Kelvin Manning, who's the acting center director here at the Kennedy Space Center. Each of the Teslas that bring the crew out have their own customized license plates that are specially fitted for the crew mission that's flying and fit the number of the mission somewhere in the plate. And as you can see, Liftoff, nice little slide in with the 10. Now looking down the hallway outside of this suit-up room for the ONC building. A lot of great space artwork there that are adorning the hallway walls. I believe that's Joe Kaba down there at the end, giving an excited little fist shake there. Turning back to the Teslas, these are the vehicles that the Crew-10 members will hop into and cruise on out to as they make their way to Launch Complex 39A. Sounds like teams may still be working a hydraulics item that came up at the T-minus 4-hour check-in. It was mentioned briefly by commentators on the NASA broadcast. We'll put a pin in that. Just make a note that that is something that still needs to be sorted out. The hydraulics are concerning the clamp arms that are currently around just beneath the trunk of the Dragon spacecraft. As you recall, when Falcon 9 rocket's getting ready to launch in the final, starting about 4.5 minutes before liftoff, the strongback will pressurize for its retract sequence, and that begins visually with those clamp arms opening up, and so they are working a hydraulics issue connected to that. Now T-minus 3 hours, 25 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. You see the gentleman in the brown shirt with the black and white ball cap that is walking away from the camera right now. That is our own Adam Bernstein, getting ready to photograph the crew when they make their way out of the ONC building and toward their family and friends. Now T-minus
Core and countdown stepping into crew walkout and ONC departure on schedule.
T-minus 3 hours, 24 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. You can see the crew making their way to the elevator. You see the chef there that has been helping feed the crew during their time in quarantine here at the Kennedy Space Center. That is the mission patch that they designed for their flight. The time for crew departure for the pad is coming up at about T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes. So the crew will just have a few minutes to greet their friends and family, say their hellos and goodbyes as they prepare to depart for the International Space Station. All of those stickers that are around the door frame are from various missions in years gone by. Yeah. Now T-minus 3 hours, 21 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. Got our view of the door here as we're just waiting the 4 members of the Crew-10 mission to walk on out. 2 NASA astronauts, 1 JAXA astronaut, 1 cosmonaut from Roscosmos getting ready to make their way out, give their final greetings and goodbyes to their friend and family. Crews will just have a few minutes here to greet their family members before heading off in those black Teslas you saw earlier. And there we see the doors open. Here comes the crew. Believe we may be able to hear some audio from them. Let's see if we can listen in. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get audio from here, but you can see all 4 crew members making their way to stand in front of their family. Let's go ahead and see if we can actually listen in here. A blown kiss from Commander and McClain seeing JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, who's got his back to us, who's with the family of Takuya Onishi. Part of the coordination here, let's see if we've got another shot that'll show this. If you look straight into that Tesla, you can see the suit cooling equipment and umbilical that'll be attached to the suit. It'll help keep the astronauts at a good temperature as they make the roughly 20-ish minute drive from here at the ONC building out to the launch pad at Launch Complex 39A. JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, will ride together. The two NASA astronauts are sharing a ride to the pad, and McClain and Nichole Ayers don't have a lot of time for this trek, but enough time to create a customized playlist for each of the cars, so they split it up between who gets to add which song. Heard from commentator Daryl Nail in the NASA broadcast a few minutes ago say that one of the songs requested by Kirill, who apparently is a big musical fan, man after my own heart, chose Defying Gravity, an apt song from the hit Broadway musical, now hit motion picture, Wicked. Now T-minus 3 hours, 17 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. See, the crew are now in their Teslas with the doors closed. It allows the families to get one more opportunity to get as close to them as is allowed, given that they are currently in quarantine. One last look at that vanity plate liftoff, featuring the crew number there, front and center. Or, I suppose, rear and center, given this is the back of the Tesla. Once the support personnel, the security folks, hop in that SUV, then we'll see the crew begin to roll out. Gorgeous day for this crew departure. Sunny, light breeze, not too humid. Pollen count could be lower, but yeah, you can't win them all. And one final wave as the Teslas depart. Looking forward to seeing the photos from this moment. Our photographers, Michael Caine, Adam Bernstein, out there shooting these final heartfelt goodbyes as the crew now make their departure and are going to be heading our way, cruising by the press site here on their way to Launch Complex 39A. And with that, we are actually going to be joined by a special guest coming up here in just a matter of minutes. So going to go ahead and step away from the mic. We'll be back with you with additional commentary as we watch the Teslas roll on out to Launch Complex 39A. You're watching live coverage from Spaceflight now of the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. We're T-minus 3 hours, 14 minutes, 42 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff.
core on countdown. Advanced team complete. Ready for crew arrival. On schedule.
And right now you're watching live pictures of the crew of Crew-10 passing by NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building, largest single-story building in the world, if certainly not the United States. Crew's heading out past the VAB towards Launch Complex 39A. So far, a very smooth countdown and a gorgeous day as we're seeing the astronauts pass by. Some folks around the press site, of course, waving as the astronauts cruise on to the pad. Two of these folks that are heading up as part of Crew-10 making their first flight to space, the JAXA astronaut and NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. And as we're continuing to watch those views of the astronauts make their way out to Launch Complex 39A, we're happy to be joined by Mr. Steve Sysloff, who is a public affairs officer with the Commercial Crew Program. Steve, always good to talk to you.
Great to be here, Will. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and it's a gorgeous day for a launch. Obviously, a lot of excitement for this mission. You know, we've seen this, almost ritual, the ceremony of astronauts going out to the pad a number of times. Is it hard to believe at this point we're at the 10th crew rotation mission for Commercial Crew with SpaceX at this point?
You know, it's gone by really fast. Remember working at this program years before they had even signed the first contract, let alone flown the first mission. So to be up at 10, yeah, it feels really good. It feels really good. It's been a lot of work by a lot of people.
And I know you're back and forth between here at the Kennedy Space Center as well as the Johnson Space Center in Houston. You've had the chance to meet and talk with this particular crew that's flying. What kind of sense do you get from them, maybe in comparison to some of the other crews that we've seen launch?
Well, it's a terrific crew. Like you said, there's two experienced flyers with McClain and Takuya Onishi, and two first-time flyers, Nichole Ayers and Kirill Peskov. So really, with this crew, you get a lot of experience going up, and also a lot of that new sense, that the first-time flyers bring. This is all going to be a new experience for them, to staying several months on the space station. They're all going to do research, but really one of the things that stands out about this crew is four people, and they are all experienced professional pilots. And McClain, a Army colonel, flew helicopters in the Army before joining the astronaut corps. For Nichole Ayers, her call sign Vapor, she's an F-22 pilot in the Air Force and T-38 qualified as well. Very accomplished. She's a major.
And it's more than 1,400 flying hours, I believe, right?
She's been up there a lot. And then for Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov, they both flew Boeing airliners, 757, 767 airliners, and so there's a lot of expertise and a lot of experience going up there. Not all of it in space, but all of it very important to what they're doing.
And one thing to note about Nichole Ayers is not only this is her first time flying to space just on her own, but she's also the first member of her astronaut class, the 2021 group that was named by the Turtles as the Flies. So, what does it mean, in your mind when you've got this new foray from a new astronaut class that's making their first trip to the space station?
It's a big honor for them, for whoever represents their class first. It's definitely something they all pay attention to. They're all happy for each other. There's a little bit, they're all astronauts. They're all very high achieving individuals, very high performance individuals. So it's really something that they that they notice, and everybody considers it a great honor, especially to be the first one in their class to fly.
And of course, you know, we're also tracking the flight of Johnny Kim, another NASA astronaut from the Turtles class, who's over in Russia in Star City getting ready to fly aboard a Soyuz. So it's very busy with the astronaut office these days.
Very busy. Johnny, you know, he's also making his first flight, as you mentioned, on Soyuz. He brings a unique resume. You know, a Navy SEAL and a medical doctor, and now he's going to be a flown astronaut before long. So there's a lot of talent across the board, and really the space station gives that opportunity for them to achieve a lot that they're achieving on their own. But it's also, you know, it's for the benefit of all of us. It's for the science, for the research, for everything that they do up there, and getting us to the moon, getting us to Mars safely with humans. I mean, they're achieving a lot in the present, and all of it is that eye on the future.
Well, thank you, Steve. We're just hearing that the crew is now making their way up the ramp. They've arrived at Launch Complex 39A, so appreciate your time with us, sir.
Absolutely. It's great to be here. We'll really appreciate the interest, the excitement, and go Crew-10.
Go Crew-10 indeed. And of course, we've got a lot more coverage on the Crew-10 mission as they make their way up the crew access tower, across the arm, and to the Dragon spacecraft called Endurance. And we'll have more on the crew, as well as some of the science that they're going to be undertaking as part of their 6-month stay on the International Space Station. Stay right there. We've got more coverage and commentary coming. You're watching Spaceflight Now, live coverage of Crew-10. Time now, T-minus 3 hours, 1 minute, 8 seconds and counting. The camera on the VAB roof is making some adjustments here, but you can see the 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut of the Crew-10 mission have arrived there at the pad deck. And McClain, Nichole, Ayers were in the Tesla in the front. JAXA astronaut Takuya, Onishi, and Kirill Peskov in the Tesla in the back. We're now less than 3 hours away from the planned launch of the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. I want to once again thank Steve Sysloff with the Commercial Crew Program Office for joining us. appears as though the crew may have arrived at the top of the pad a little bit ahead of schedule, which is why we're hanging out waiting to see them do their traditional lean back moment and take a look at their ride to space. Yeah, crew arrival was originally scheduled for T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, so certainly running ahead, not a bad thing. But again, this is a choreographed sequence of events, so they want to stick as close to the timeline as possible, given some variations. On the way up the crew tower, they will as the crew make their way up the crew access tower, they have the option to make one final phone call. So you can see the crew are making their way from their Teslas around to the front of the tower there, where they have a good view of the Falcon 9 rocket. Here's a good shot of them making their way on up. A little bit of maybe a boot issue back there. On the right-hand side, from our perspective, a very
on schedule.
very jubilant Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers. Ever since Bob and Doug flew aboard the Demo 2 mission, the crews have taken a moment to lean back and really take in the vehicle, absorb this moment. They're planned last time on the pad deck here before they head up into those elevators and head on up to board the Dragon spacecraft named Endurance. This is a view from the vehicle assembly building roof, now back at the pad level. It's two of those SpaceX so-called ninjas, 3 of them actually, getting ready to help them on their way up. The elevator takes them up to the doors that are nearly at the top, but originally this pad was designed for Apollo and then later used for a shuttle. The elevator only takes them up so far. They have one more flight of stairs to go once they do make their way out of the elevator doors that you just saw there a moment ago. Taking a look there at Commander Ann McClain and pilot Nichole Ayers now at the level where they will walk across that crew access arm on their way to Dragon Endurance as mission specialists Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov board the elevator doors. A nice view down the arm.
Current
Swiveling.
countdown. Crew is at the right room. On schedule.
And as the crew has arrived in the White Room, you can see the Dragon spacecraft look back down the hallway. And now Onishi and Peskov have arrived through the elevators, making their way up the stairs. Now T-minus 2 hours, 52 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. Those white arrows you see there on the ground, those would lead them to the emergency egress system if need be.
Current countdown. Ingress start.
And you're seeing the crew begin to ingress into the vehicle. Looks like Ann McClain was first into the Dragon. You see on the right-hand side of the screen as Nichole Ayers is helped into the Dragon vehicle as well. Signatures around the NASA meatball logo. All of those signatures represent crew members that have flown as part of the commercial crew program up to the International Space Station. Just off camera to the right, there is a black SpaceX X logo. And those who have flown as part of commercial missions sign their names around that part of the White Room. And you can see Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov have made their way into the White Room. They're unzipping their gloves and getting ready to sign their names around the NASA meatball that I was just mentioning, joining their fellow Crew-10 astronauts. There's that SpaceX logo I was just mentioning. On that wall, it's a little hard to tell exactly where, but around the SpaceX logo is the signature of Jared Isaacman, the commander of both the Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn missions. Isaacman is set to be the next NASA administrator if confirmed by the U.S. Senate. This is a view from one of the cameras inside the Dragon spacecraft. You see on the left-hand side, pilot Nichole Ayers, on the right-hand side, mission commander Ann McClain. They've gone through quite a bit of extensive training to get to this point, not only with the Dragon spacecraft, but of course at the Johnson Space Center as well, to go through the various simulations and processes ahead that they will need as they're doing technology work on the International Space Station. And science, of course, plenty of science. Now you're seeing Roscosmos cosmonaut mission specialist Kirill Peskov about to enter into the Dragon spacecraft. From our perspective, looking into the vehicle, he will be seated on the far left. The other mission specialist, Takuya Onishi, will be seated on the right from our vantage point. Now T-minus 2 hours, 47 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. At this point, you see all 4 members of the Crew-10 mission have taken their seats. Kirill, big smiles, very excited to finally strap in as he's preparing to make his first trip to space, as is mission pilot Nichole Ayers. The final process of going through leaks and comms checks will happen over the course of roughly the next 50 minutes or so. The completion of the Dragon hatch closure is scheduled for about T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes ahead of liftoff. As of last check, they are still working on the hydraulics issue that was mentioned at the L-4 hour mark. Working to see if we can get another update on that at this point. And welcome back. You're watching the live coverage ongoing from Spaceflight now, covering the launch of the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. Earlier in the broadcast, we talked with Steve Syslov with the Commercial Crew Program. Now we're very lucky to be joined by Mr. Brian Cizik, a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Brian, always good to see you.
Great to be here. Thanks, Will.
And, if this launch was happening a couple days ago, we might be, considerably worried about the winds. But today, it's a Chamber of Commerce kind of a day. You couldn't ask for better.
It is. We like to say it's a bad day to be a cloud, great day to launch a rocket. So it's hard to draw it up too much better from the launch site perspective.
And, when you look at a launch opportunity like this, there's a little bit of a light breeze, but certainly within wind limits for a Falcon 9 rocket. So from a ground level perspective, better than 95%, you're really not tracking any conditions that are impeding launch potentially, right?
No, as you can see, there's not a cloud in the sky. So we do track the lightning launch commit criteria. So some of the rules you might see, like the cumulus cloud rule or the thick cloud layers rule, really not a concern today. So those rules are designed to protect not just against natural lightning, but against rocket-triggered lightning as well. A rocket can actually induce a lightning strike that wouldn't naturally occur. So a lot of the rules that we monitor on day of launch and that we forecast for are designed to protect against that. And then you mentioned winds as well. So today the wind speeds are much lower than they were a few nights ago. And we're well below constraints, so looking really good from the wind perspective here at the launch site.
And for folks that may have been watching the 45th Weather Squadron website and looking at the forecast there, they may have seen the little item that was highlighted in additional risk, which was the ascent corridor, which was listed as a moderate risk. But you told me before we came on air that that has improved. Can you describe how that is the case and what that's looking like right now?
Sure. So that was really the only watch item for this launch because we knew the weather was so great here at the launch site. But for crewed launches, we are worried about weather not just here at the launch site, but all the way up the ascent corridor. Just in case they have to pop that capsule off, we want to make sure that it's safe for the Dragon capsule to splash down, as well as for the rescue teams to go out and get the astronauts in the ocean. So really the watch item for this particular launch was the winds along the ascent corridor, especially at a few key locations. So essentially we're looking at a whole bunch of sites along the ascent corridor. We're looking at the winds, and those all go into this big risk calculation. So today we are really assessing the data very closely. I work closely with my colleague Arlena Moses here, launch weather officer at the 45th Weather Squadron, as well as with the NASA and SpaceX meteorology teams as well. We were analyzing the data, we were looking at the winds, gauging the uncertainty, and we determined that we were able to get to go from the risk criteria perspective. So it was a really good team effort. And from the latest, we are go for the ascent corridor right now.
And a little bit of a train-off from your typical Falcon 9 rocket where you'd be tracking the booster recovery weather if they were targeting a touchdown on the drone ship out in the Atlantic Ocean, but this time you're looking along the eastern coast and as well as just off of Shannon, Ireland, or really those points of potential abort if we're needed, right?
Exactly, and we look at a whole bunch of points. Some of them are weighted differently based on the risk where, okay, this is where maybe it'd be more likely along the ascent where if something were to go wrong, this is where it would happen. And again, we're looking at all these points and the winds down near the surface to see if the capsule does have to pop off, if it's splashed down, are the winds acceptable. And that goes into an overall risk calculation. And so that's really what we're looking at. We also look at precipitation, lightning, waves, but in this case, I mean, if you look at a satellite image, it's pretty incredible. There's hardly a cloud in the sky all the way up the ascent corridor. I've rarely seen so good of a satellite image. It's really just the winds, just based on the position of this high pressure as it's sliding from west to east off the coast. You get a little bit of a pressure gradient with some southerly winds coming up. So that's all we were watching. It was pretty close, but we analyzed the data today and we got to go. Yeah.
And just, in closing, obviously very good conditions for launch, but NASA and SpaceX and your team are also tracking the return of the Crew-9 capsule that's currently on the space station. Have you had I know the focus is on this right now, but have you had a chance to really look ahead and think about what the Gulf conditions are like as Crew-9 looks to splash down either, elsewhere in the Gulf or potentially down the Dry Tortugas area?
Yeah, so I'll be doing some of the weather for that as well, and we are looking pretty closely at that. But really our main focus has been on the Crew-10 launch. I admit I have been looking a little bit ahead. It looks like we'll have some opportunities, but the main focus is going to be we'll get the Crew-10 crew up there hopefully today, and then once they get up there, then we'll really focus on the Crew-9 return. And then weather is very All the locations are very dependent on the weather as well. So we're looking at which site do we choose. That's largely based on the weather, and that's what we'll be focusing on once they get up there.
And an end of an era, since this is the last planned crew mission to splash on off the coast of Florida too.
Right, yes, and we've had some pretty interesting return missions as well. Looking at the weather, we've been close, and there's a lot of different factors that go into that, and then they'll be moving over to the West Coast.
Brian Cizik, Launch Weather Officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Good to see you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
And of course, we've got lots more coverage. We're currently T-minus 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds before the planned launch of the Crew-10 mission. So don't go anywhere. We'll have more commentary and coverage as we're preparing to see these 4 humans launch to space.
Dragon Crew-10 in 4.100. We have confirmed we are complete through step 1.3. Crew is ready for com checks in 1.4.
SpaceX copy. Stand by for umbilical comm checks. Commander, pilot, MS-1, MS-2. Comm check.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. It's on loud and clear. That's true, loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Dragon copies. Dragon Crew is complete through 1.6, ready for seat rotation.
Copy. We'll report when initiating. Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
Time now T-minus 2 hours, 29 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Launch Weather Officer Brian Cizik for joining us to talk weather. Thumbs up from the crew as they're seated in their space seats. They are now rotating into launch position. Soon they will close their visors and conduct those suit leak checks and comms checks, similar to what happened in the Neil Armstrong operations and checkout facility.
Dragon SpaceX seats are in the launch position. Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
And as you just heard, they're
We are go for Section 2, suit leak check prep.
preparing for those suit leak checks. That was Commander Ann McClain confirming that they're ready to step into that process. They're closing their flight helmets, and the suits will pressurize as they conduct those important leak checks. They build in enough margin at this point in the mission so that if something appears off color, they have time to address it without potentially jeopardizing a launch opportunity. That's why sticking to the timeline is as important as it is.
SpaceX Dragon, Section 2, 2.9, tier complete, ready for leak checks.
SpaceX copies. You are go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Please go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Now T-minus 2 hours, 23 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. As the suit leak checks continue, I want to thank the now more than 6,100 of you who are watching with us live in this Spaceflight Now live coverage of the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button, sharing the stream. Allows more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Also want to thank a few folks in the live chat for your support today. Thanks to channel member Diana Nichole with a $5 super chat saying thank you to Will and the mods, always. Dougie D with a $10 super chat saying love the coverage, watching from UCF area. A great university. A lot of folks from UCF have made their way to work for the NASA workforce. Howard Crumpler with a $10 super chat as well, saying, looking forward to taking some photos on the beach in North Carolina. Yeah, speaking of which, if you do happen to see the ascent of the Falcon 9 rocket with its 4 passengers on board, whether you're here in Florida or up the coast, be sure to tag us on social media. You can find us simply at Spaceflight Now on Blue Sky, Facebook, Threads, and X. Love to see the photos and videos that y'all capture today. Special thanks to a $20 super chat coming from my mother, Mary Robinson, joining us in the live chat today, sending some love from California and love from Florida heading back that way. Also want to thank channel member Psychonaut69 for upgrading their membership to the Spacecraft Commander level. Really appreciate all of our channel members, but especially those who are able to support at the higher levels. That help keep our pricing for entry-level membership where it is. And thanks to Psychonaut69 for continuing to expand our channel member community here on YouTube by gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Appreciate that. You see the helmets are opening now. The suit leak checks have finished.
SpaceX Dragon, suit leak check complete for nominal suits.
SpaceX copies and concurs for good suits. Additionally, at this time, I have an update on the hydraulics issue that LD briefed during the weather briefing, if you're ready to copy.
There we go.
All right. The hardware is healthy, but we are currently still evaluating system performance. We want to provide an update no later than T-minus 1 hour. If additional time is needed, the final call just needs to be made prior to LES arm, but still expect an update from us no later than T-minus 1 hour. How copy?
Can we copy the update? We'll expect an update prior to 1 hour and understand the constraint with the LAS Army. Thank you.
As you just heard, now L-minus or T-minus.
Dragon SpaceX at this time. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps next to the capsule. Your go to proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
Dragon copies, Section 4 and work.
T-minus 2 hours, 19 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. As you just heard from the SpaceX side of the communications, they are still working an issue connected to the hydraulic system that's part of the or the strongback there, the clamp arms that are around the base of the Dragon trunk. They say that it is healthy, but they're still working an issue with it, and there will be another update coming to the crew no later than T-minus 1 hour. A good view of those clamp arms you see just above the NASA meatball, beneath the, from this perspective, the black part of the Dragon trunk. Teams are allowing themselves more time to examine the hydraulic system. So we should expect that update to come within the next hour and some change. If there is potentially an issue that is not solvable in time for a launch today, they do have 2 backup opportunities on Thursday and Friday, but while they plan to give the crew an update at around T-minus 1 hour, they have the opportunity to make a final assessment and call just before they need to arm those or pressurize the strongback retract sequence. At this point, the closeout crew is preparing to close the side hatch of the Dragon spacecraft now that there have been good suit leak checks. Visors are up for now, so the crew is going to sit back and relax. They have their tablets on their left thigh that you can see there. That's a little bit of extra piece to what looks like part of their spacesuits, but that is a series of tablets. I believe those are iPads that are resting on top of those crew bags. Taking a look now at this view from the vehicle assembly building, you see a sailboat that is out of the top of the frame. That boat's going to have to clear out of that patch, which I believe is certainly within the no-go zone. They're certainly trending in the wrong direction for the ascent corridor of this mission, so likely the Coast Guard is going to go flag them down at some point, or you'd certainly hope so. Eagle-eyed viewers may have spotted a Coast Guard boat out in the waters a little bit earlier. As a commentator, Daryl Nails saying that they're trying to get word from the range on if that boat needs to be scooted on out of there, which, given the direction it's sailing, I can't imagine that it wouldn't need to go in the opposite direction and get out of there pretty quickly. There have been aircraft and boats that have caused the delay and scrub of previous NASA and or SpaceX missions. And you'd certainly hate to see, given the good weather today, and hopefully if the hydraulics issue can be cleared, if it's just an errant sailboat that causes folks to stand down from this launch attempt. So, sure, the Coast Guard is more than aware of the situation and will address it as appropriate. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 13 minutes, 13 seconds, and counting. The planned launch of Crew-10.
Dragon SpaceX for hydraulic checks. Just giving an update that they're about to start an additional set of kinematics tests on the hydraulic system, so you may feel or hear some valves clicking, but this is expected.
Thanks for the heads up.
And as you just heard from SpaceX, the crew may hear some additional noise as they continue to troubleshoot the hydraulics.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items remain secure from now through launch.
And with the pad closeout team now closing that side hatch, they will do a very thorough check around the edges to make sure that they have a good, clean seal and that there's no foreign object debris or FOD. Even something as small and as thin as a human hair can trigger a sensor, and they would have to open it back up and clear that FOD before they are able to declare a good seal on the hatch.
Dragon SpaceX, are you ready for comm checks with MD, LD, and DC?
SpaceX Dragon, ready for comm check.
Copy, I'll initiate the teacher's comm check. Dragon SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Teacher's comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, also loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks complete.
Dragon SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Dragon SpaceX commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copy.
Dragon. SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Now T minus 2 hours, coming up right on the 2-hour mark here. 3, 2, 1. T minus 2 hours and counting. Or you wanting to take the clock with that? Just under 2 hours to the planned launch of Crew-10. Right now you can see the closeout crew continuing to make their final assessments of the side hatch of the Dragon spacecraft. The Dragon hatch closure process should be wrapping up here in the next 4 minutes. Fall is still remaining on schedule. T-minus 1 hour, 54 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Seeing the closeout team on the left-hand side of your screen going through their final assessment of the side hatch here. Going through some of the sensors and items that they need to take off on that iPad that's being held by the SpaceX Ninja on the far right-hand corner of your screen and in the bottom left. Now T minus 1 hour, 43 minutes, 2 seconds, and counting. Just to close the loop on this, the cruise ship that we saw earlier, which appeared to be a Carnival cruise vessel, and the sailboat have well since gone out of frame here and likely will not be an issue for launch given the amount of time remaining before the planned liftoff. As a reminder, the folks at SpaceX will be giving the crew an update on the hydraulics issue connected to the clamp arms just beneath the Dragon spacecraft trunk coming up before the T-minus 1 hour mark. So we're standing by for any further updates on that. Time now T-minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. I want to thank a few folks for their support in our live coverage today. Thanks to channel member Old Sea Dog for a £5 super chat.
SpaceX, the closeout team has departed the crew arm.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
And as you just heard, the closeout crew now making their way away from the crew access arm down the stairs, and they'll be headed to the elevators momentarily. Their work is now done. Now it's time to clear the pad ahead of the planned launch of this crew coming up in about 1 hour and 40 minutes. T-minus 1 hour, 39 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. A good note by NASA commentator Daryl Nail remarking that while the majority of the closeout crew are SpaceX employees, there is a member of the astronaut office who is always in the loop for these missions. For today, it is one of the newest astronauts. NASA astronaut Chris Birch has been part of the closeout crew today. Member of the 2021 astronaut class, same as Nichole Ayers, who is the pilot on today's flight. And welcome back to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew-10 mission. 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut, getting ready to head up to the International Space Station for a 6-month crew rotation mission. We've talked about the crew themselves, we talked about the weather, and now it's time to talk about the science that not only they, but other astronauts that are going to be coming on board the space station will be conducting. And who better to talk science with than our friend Mr. Patrick O'Neill of the ISS National Lab, based right here in Brevard County. Pat, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. You mentioned it, the weather, fantastic. So looking forward to hopefully a beautiful launch tonight.
Yeah, Launch Weather Officer Brian says did his job, and now it's time for the launch team to do theirs and get that science on its way. So, obviously every time a new batch of astronauts goes up to the space station, there's a lot of excitement in your office. New group of folks to work with, new science, new countries to partner with. What does it mean to have a new batch of astronauts, especially representing 3 different countries, now heading up to the space station for the ISS National Lab?
That's a great question. I actually had the chance to go and meet with Ann and Nichole before this mission and talking a little about some of the science that they're going to be working on. And one of the questions I asked to Ann was basically to that point of, what's exciting about this mission? And she had the chance to fly up in 2018, 2019, and she was really excited about the evolution of station, the evolution of science. And one of the projects that she talked about that her first mission she was really excited to work on was with the Michael J. Fox Foundation looking at protein crystallography. And since that time frame, now we have new facilities on station that allow for us to do even more enhanced research in that regard, whether it's PCG research, whether it is neurodegenerative research. So she's really excited to get up there and, again, see what's changed so that way, instead of us doing more fundamental research, it's a lot more applied that can bring, true benefits for us right back here for us here on Earth. And, in talking with Nichole, she's excited because this is her first flight for her, but, just seeing how things like react in space, fluids, how your body morphs and how it changes. So just the general excitement that they have about being out there, knowing that they have the opportunity to support a lot of science, that's really exciting to them. And again, the fact that we have an international component to this too, it's the International Space Station. So it's going to be a really exciting, long-duration mission for these astronauts, and we're equally pumped about the research that they're going to be working on.
We're going to come back to the science in just a moment, but just to bring folks up to speed, if you didn't catch that communication across the loops, they are still working that hydraulics issue connected to the clamp arms on the transporter erector that are securing the Falcon 9 just beneath the Dragon trunk. It was the item that they brought up at the T-4 hour check-in that crews have been working through to find a fix to, and they have opportunities through for the next about 40 or so minutes to keep working this issue, so we're going to keep tracking that in the background. But back to science, it's not just obviously fluid mechanics and biological science that's happening, but partnerships on material science as well. I mean, you've got a experiment going up on behalf of the University of Alabama in Birmingham and Leidos, a popular name around the Huntsville area in northern Alabama where Marshall Space Flight Center is. Can you talk a little bit about some of that work that's going to be done on station?
Yeah, so one of our big partners over the years has been the National Science Foundation. They are focused specifically on funding fundamental research on the space station, which is, while I talked earlier about, the building blocks of station and we're doing a lot of applied science, there is still the need for us to be able to do fundamental research on station. And so University of Alabama, Birmingham, they along with a few other partners will be looking at more fluid dynamics, physical science investigations on station and trying to kind of build up that knowledge base because one day down the road we are going to have to segue from this space station and we need to learn as much as we possibly can so that we can set up other companies, other researchers for the best success possible when they are leveraging these other space stations.
Yeah, I mean, we're maybe 2 years away from companies like VAST and Axiom Space getting their own commercial stations on board. And, we've talked from past crew and cargo missions to the space station about what that might look like for the ISS National Lab down the road. But in the not too distant future, you guys have another visiting crew with the AX-4 astronauts led by former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson, who is going to be making her second trip to space on board a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. How do they factor into the science that's going to be happening?
Yeah, so the National Lab is proud to work with the Axiom Space Team to sponsor a variety of the investigations that do fly. We don't sponsor all of the science because there are some international partners that are involved, like ESA, for instance. They will be sponsoring some projects as well. But the majority of the science is again, something that the National Lab is actively involved with, and we're very excited to work with the Axiom team around. But it's also kind of interesting when you bring it up from private astronaut missions. And then I was just thinking about, it's 2025 now. And in 2020, we're launching commercial crew astronauts to the station for, the first time since we'd had shuttle. model. And just to see how much we have gone since that time frame, and to think about what we can do, whether it be private astronauts on this space station or our current astronaut crew that's going to be on station, it's all setting the foundation for what's next. And so, you know, the next couple of years are going to be really, really exciting on how this space station, again, can lead us towards what's going to happen next in low Earth orbit.
And, you know, given that this is the 10th crew rotation mission heading up to the space station, you mentioned some of the learnings over these past years. What's been kind of the biggest evolution from the ISS National Lab standpoint, from going back and working with Crew-1 to now getting ready to work with Crew-10?
Oh, wow, that's a good question. I would just say that we just have more facilities that are available, and you have, one of the beauties of the commercial crew program to begin with was that you were going to have access to more astronaut crew time to be able to perform the work. So how do we judiciously look at the projects that are coming through the pipeline and be able to allocate the resources necessary, what astronauts would make the best sense to work on this investigation versus astronauts that are focused on this investigation. So it's been an interesting game of Tetris over the last couple of years, but it's been a very good game along the way. And we've seen so much knowledge gained over the last few years from the commercial crew program because we've had additional astronauts being able to support that R&D on station.
And, you know, obviously any astronaut can work on any investigation, but as you're slotting out who's going to work on what when for the experiments and the technology demonstrations that need astronauts in the loop, do you also think about, okay, well, we've got this JAXA astronaut who's going to be flying on this mission, so we might want to save this for him, and this astronaut's coming from, you know, this country in Europe? Is it kind of parsed out like that, or is it really more based on the timeline of readying these experiments?
I think that in an ideal world, it would match up with this astronaut and their skill set, but it is kind of a mixture of everything, a confluence of events. So, you know, some of it is looking at what the manifest is going to hold, and then looking at the available astronauts that are going to be in a position to support that type of science. And then from there, our team works with the ISS program, and then we make that determination of which astronaut would probably be best equipped to be able to support that investigation.
Penultimate question for me. Obviously, it's going to be a very busy year for the International Space Station with a lot of vehicles coming and going, schedules shifting pretty continuously. How tricky does that make it when it comes to figuring out the manifest when you've got, you know, some hiccups like the Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft, which, you know, once upon a time was going to fly in January, and then it was February, and now it's June, and, you know, what's going on there, maybe shifting because of the transportation issue and some damage to that cargo you know, transport vehicle. How does that all kind of coalesce to how you figure out what goes up?
Well, as the phrase goes, space is hard. Space is also fluid. And so right now we're actively working with our partners over at NASA, the ISS program. We're working with our launch providers, our hardware partners, and we're all trying to get a better sense of, you know, how do we allocate the resources that we have, knowing some of the constraints that we presently are dealing with right now. But again, it's still going to be a very busy year on station, whether it be through the work that the astronauts, the science they're going to support through this mission, as well as AX-4. There will be other missions that fly to the station later on this year. They will be full of all sorts of space goodies. So again, we're going to have an awful lot to talk about as the year goes on, and I'm excited about what the research is going to yield for all of us.
Last question, is there a particular experiment that's flying up with these fine four folks that, you know, especially has captured your imagination or attention?
Oh, wow. Good question. So I always like the notion of in-space production. I think you and I have talked about this a little bit in the past, where to me it almost seems like we're bringing the world of science fiction to science reality. We've talked about things in the past like the biofabrication facility and being able to bioprint meniscus or tissue. But if you're able to manufacture things in space and then bring them back down for patients here on Earth, that's just exciting. And so one of the projects that we'll be flying on SpaceX CRS-32, looking at next month for that launch. It's going to be a project from University of Connecticut and Escrow Biotech, and it's actually funded through NASA's in-space production grants, but it's being sponsored by the ISS National Lab, and it's looking at some really novel ways to heal your body. And so they've actually launched in the past through NSF-funded grants. They've flown on private astronaut missions. So it's fun to see their evolution, their journey of not just doing a one and done, but literally flying multiple payloads over the course of every single year. And then they're also going to be flying cancer therapeutic investigations as part of an Igniting Innovation program that we have also with NASA. So we'll be talking a lot more about that project in the coming weeks. I'm actually going to have the opportunity to go to Connecticut and go and meet with their team and do a video with them in about 2 weeks or so. So looking forward to share that with you and your viewers.
I look forward to seeing you back here in about a month's time for CRS 32. Can't believe it's already here.
We'll do it again.
Patrick O'Neill at the ISS National Lab. We're currently T-minus 1 hour, 15 minutes, 13 seconds away from the planned launch of that crew right behind us at Launch Complex 39A. Don't go anywhere. The final hour before Crew-10 takes flight coming up right now. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew-10 mission. Now T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. You can see a little bit of pre-fueling venting there at the pad near the area of the inner stage. As we're approaching the final hour prior to the planned liftoff of Crew-10, I want to thank the now more than 7,200 of you who are joining with us live today. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button, share the stream, allow some folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Got this great view of the pad here from the helicopters as we're approaching the final hour. That venting is fairly typical that we usually see about an hour before a planned launch. Coming up, there will be one final weather pull. See that Coast Guard helicopter cruising along the background, making sure that the range is clear, of course. If you see some of the areas where construction is happening around the pad, there are changes afoot. Where the booster is set to land today, landing zone 1. T-minus 1 hour, 2 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. See the Falcon 9 out there at pad 40, getting ready to hopefully launch tonight on the Starlink 12-21 mission. Some of the changes coming to Launch Complex 39A are to help support an evolving spaceport across Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center. Right now, and we will see this in action a little bit after liftoff when the first stage booster B-1090 touches down at Landing Zone 1. That site is going to be taken over by Viaspace and Phantom Space, sharing a joint pad there. Space Launch Complexes 14 and 15 will also be converted for other commercial use. Last year we had the opportunity to talk with Viaspace about their move into
Dragon SpaceX for update on the hydraulic system.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
All right, we're looking like we do have a potential strong path to flight at this time, but we are still having those discussions across the SpaceX and NASA teams. We've agreed to proceed towards LES arm while we continue to try and close this action. Again, looks like we have a strong path to flight, but we do not have that affirmative go yet. How copy?
Dragon crew copies. We appreciate the update.
As you just heard, they have what they believe is a path to rationalize moving forward with the flight here in just a little more than an hour, but they're still working to finalize that.
SpaceX for awareness, we're cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copies.
We're now T-minus 1 hour and counting. Part of the work being done at Pad 39A will be to allow for obvious work that will be coming on SpaceX's Starship rocket that will use LC-39A for future launches once approved, but also for a landing pad that will be able to supplant the use of LZ-1. Part of that work is sponsored from some public funding from Space Florida through an undertaking called Project Liftoff, in which both the Florida Department of Transportation as well as SpaceX each contribute $13.3 million for the funding and construction of landing zone and pad resilience enhancements at both launch complexes 39A and 40. Speaking of Starship, a view of the Starship launch tower as it currently exists there at Pad 39A.
Dragon SpaceX for 4.100.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
We are continuing to track the hydraulics issue and will provide an update as we get closer to LES arm. However, at this time, you are go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, copy 4.100, section 5 in work. SpaceX Dragon, 4.100 and 5.4. Crew is go for launch.
SpaceX copy, crew is go.
Time now T minus 52 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. As we are awaiting the latest on the hydraulics issue that's being worked, let's go ahead and take a moment to step through the countdown timeline, the sequence of events that we are expecting over the next 52 minutes and some change before the planned liftoff of Crew-10. A little less than 10 minutes from now, the crew access arm will retract away from the Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon. T-minus 39 minutes, the Dragon's launch escape system is armed. So if there's an emergency with the Falcon 9 rocket, the crew can safely jettison away. T-minus 35 minutes is when prop load will get underway. That's when RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene, begins loading on the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen begins flowing on board the Falcon 9's first stage. T-minus 30 minutes, they begin loading cryogenic helium onto the pressure vessels for the Falcon 9's first stage. Helium pressurizes the main propellant tanks during flight. Same will be true on the second stage a few minutes after that. T-minus 23 minutes, the second stage RP-1 tank is full. And at T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds, the strongback chill-down process gets underway. That's when SpaceX is conditioning the feed lines at the pad prior to second stage liquid oxygen load. We'll see that evidenced by the so-called big vent, which will begin here at pad 39A at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Second stage liquid oxygen load will begin at the 16-minute mark. And then there will be a comms check with the crew at about the T-minus 10-minute point in time. That's followed by T-minus 7 minutes when the engine chill down gets underway. That's when SpaceX runs a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. Helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. T-minus 6 minutes is when the first stage kerosene tank is full. And at T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon spacecraft will transition to internal power. T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds is when the strongback retract sequence gets underway. The item du jour that's been the watch item here, the clamp arms, if they've found a resolution, will open up, and then the transporter erector, or strongback, will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff, at which point it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. 3 minutes out, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. 2 minutes before launch, the second stage LOX tank finishes filling, at which point the Falcon 9 is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, as we hear the call that the Falcon 9 is in startup, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers, and the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will give their go for launch 45 seconds out. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds, and if all nine
Dragon, LD on countdown 1.
LD Dragon, go ahead.
Hey, for awareness, team needs a couple more minutes here, wrapping up this hydraulics issue. We'll get back to you in about another 4 minutes or so on the answer.
Dragon copy, thanks.
Dragon, SpaceX LD on countdown 1. At this time, we are standing down from today to further address hydraulic release data.
And launch control is going to pause the clock.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy all. Spaceflight is tough, humans are tougher.
Clock is
We'll
paused.
be ready when the equipment is.
Yeah, sorry about the unfortunate result today, but we'll get you back up here in the air soon.
Dragon copies all.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go to start 5.100 launch scrub.
SpaceX Dragon, 5.100 launch scrub and work.
And as you just heard, and you can see with the stopping of the countdown clock, they have decided to scrub the launch attempt of the Crew-10 mission. The hydraulics issue connected to the clamp arms just beneath the beneath the Dragon trunk on this mission have proven too elusive of a fix to feel confident in order to move forward with the launch today. NASA and SpaceX do have launch opportunities tomorrow as well as Friday to attempt this launch. Next opportunity is coming up on March 13th at 7:25 p.m. Eastern. After that is Friday, March 14th at 7:04 p.m. Eastern. At this point, the closeout crew will make their way back to the pad and back up the launch tower to help the crew safely egress from the Dragon spacecraft. Obviously, disappointing to get so
Dragon
close.
SpaceX will be in section 3 of 5.100. We'll be there. I expect that you should be standing by in step 3.2.
And SpaceX Dragon, copy. We are complete through 3.2, and we can give you 3.3 that we are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. Crew report ready for seat rotation, and 3.3 we'll report when we step into those ops.
And as you just heard, they are preparing to return the seats that the crew are in from their current launch configuration back to a position where they can safely get out of the Dragon spacecraft once the closeout crew does return. Clock stopped shortly after they had crossed the 44-minute mark, as you see on the big clock there at the press site.
And for crew awareness, proceeding into script site safing, expect some venting from the vehicle ACS system.
Ready, copy.
Once the closeout crew arrives back at the pad, they will open the side hatch and allow the crew to come out of the Dragon spacecraft, go back down the tower, back into those black Teslas, which will be now returning to the launch pad. And we'll go through all the motions again when NASA and SpaceX determine that they are in a good posture to proceed with a launch of the Crew-10 flight. An outstanding question that we will work to find an answer for you on is what is set to happen with the other Falcon 9 rocket that is standing in launch position here in Florida. That is over at Space Launch Complex 40, where SpaceX has been planning to launch the Starlink 12-21 mission, a batch of 21 Starlink satellites, 13 of which have direct-to-cell capabilities. That mission has been targeting liftoff a couple of times this week, currently looking for a departure from Pad 40 at 10:20 p.m. Eastern, though they do have a window that lasts until 2:20 a.m. Thursday morning. Now, it will depend on where NASA lands with the resolution on the hydraulics issue, which first cropped up at the T-minus 4 hour mark when crews brought that to the awareness of the teams. Take a look at that Pad 40 shot there on the right-hand side of your screen. Pad 39A, of course, on the left. Couple of scenarios that could play out here. Scenario 1, if NASA and SpaceX feel comfortable proceeding into a launch.
SpaceX, we are ready to step into seat rotation. Can you confirm again that all crew are ready for seat rotation to upright?
SpaceX Dragon crew is ready for seat rotation.
Copy. Initiating seat rotation.
Seats inside the Dragon spacecraft are about to move. If NASA and SpaceX feel like there is an opportunity to launch tomorrow and they can reach that rationale in the next couple of hours or few hours, then it may be the case that SpaceX once again needs to stand down from a launch attempt of the Starlink 12-21 mission, given that historically a non-NASA mission from SpaceX would not be allowed to fly within 24 hours of a crew mission. See, the seats are rotating there inside the Dragon Endurance capsule. If SpaceX and NASA determine that they need more time to resolve this issue and they decide to push to Friday or later with the Crew-10 next launch attempt,
Seats are in the upright position.
then we could be in the scenario where the Starlink launch does move forward tonight. And while not necessarily an apples-to-apples scenario since it's two different pads, but perhaps the hydraulics in action over at Pad 40 could help inform a path forward here at 39A. Lots to consider, lots to review in the coming minutes and hours as NASA and SpaceX determine what is the safest method to move forward with the Crew-10 launch. This next crew rotation mission to the International Space Station. This crew is set to relieve the astronauts of Crew-9 currently on board the ISS. Had the launch happened today, they were set to dock with the orbiting outpost at about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Fairly fast transit to the ISS. Disappointing, certainly, though, for those two astronauts on the far left, astronaut and cosmonaut, Nichole Ayers and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. They'll be making their first trip to the space station when this mission is ready to launch. And a big old thumbs down from McClain. Looks like they're taking a selfie inside the Dragon spacecraft. You know, as the old adage and theme song goes, take the good, you take the bad, take them both, and there you have the facts of life. And the facts of life right now is that the Crew-10 mission is going to stay on the ground for now until it is safe to proceed.
And for crew awareness, locks and fuel offloads are now complete. And for crew awareness, there will be some additional tank venting here as we get back down to nominal tank pressures.
Good, copy.
If you're just now joining us, the planned launch of the Crew-10 mission has stood down today as a hydraulics issue connected to the clamp arms on the transporter erector was determined to be unresolvable in time to proceed with a launch attempt today. If we just take a look at the wide shot here, you can see this is what conditions were going to be like with a launch set to happen in roughly 30 minutes had they been able to proceed. So the planned liftoff was coming shortly after sunset, and with weather conditions greater than 95% favorable, would have been quite something. However, obviously the most important thing is that they proceed safely and that there's nothing that could potentially endanger the crew, take more risk than is necessary. As we are awaiting the closeout crew to return to the pad and safely get the astronauts out of the Dragon spacecraft, I want to thank a few folks for their support in our launch coverage, or launch attempt coverage, I should say, today. Thanks to Don Pierce for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Don. This coming before the scrub, Eduardo Haddad with a $10 super chat says, Giselle, Gabby, Leo, Douglas, William, and I will be watching the 2 launches from the beach here in Cape Canaveral. Fingers crossed. Fortunately, we all know how it ended up turning out. But we are, of course, still working to determine if the Starlink launch tonight is going to be moving forward today. Channel member Gunnar S. with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Gunnar. Callisti Lee, one of our wonderful channel members and moderators, with a $10 super chat as well, who says, crew and vehicle safety must always come first. Here's hoping for tomorrow. Thanks for all you do, Will, and all at Spaceflight now. Thanks for the good words. And thanks to another channel member, Raleigh Nevels, with a $2 super chat, who says, thanks to all the moderators for your work. And here. Certainly appreciate the work that our moderators do to help keep the chat kosher and allow for folks to have a good, robust discussion throughout our launch attempt and launch success coverage. Again, the next 2 available launch opportunities that they have on the range are Thursday at 7:25 p.m. Eastern, 23:25 UTC, and Friday, March 14th at 7:04 p.m. Eastern, or 23:04 UTC. A nice shot of the moon just above and to the left of the Starship Tower that you see there, extending just beyond the tip of the Dragon spacecraft from this camera's vantage point. Right now on the moon, the Firefly Aerospace lunar lander called Blue Ghost is still around and kicking. It's in the middle of its mission. So far doing well with their first foray to the moon as part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services program. Current status as of earlier today, in an update we got from Firefly, they say they are maintaining operational status with the lander and are waiting out what is considered lunar noon time. Day on the moon where they are lasts about 14 Earth days in total, and so they are limiting the amount of work that the lander is doing to stay in operational status. And as lunar noon turns to the beginnings of lunar afternoon and lunar dusk, then they'll continue on with their science and technology demonstrations in coordination with NASA and its principal investigators that are working the 10 science payloads that are on board the Blue Ghost. Firefly confirms that the lander and its payloads remain healthy as they await the high noon point on the moon to subside.
Dragon SpaceX, just an update. The closeout team is waiting. They have arrived at the pad, but is waiting for a go to enter the pad to come get you out of the vehicle. But I'll give you updates as they're proceeding to the base of the tower.
SpaceX Dragon copy. Thank you.
And for crew right now, there's going to be some loud venting from the base of the rocket.
Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is on their way to the base of the tower. Expect them outside the side hatch in about 10 minutes.
Dragon copy.
You see the closeout crew is now making their way back up the launch tower in preparation to help the astronauts and cosmonaut of the Crew-10 mission safely exit the spacecraft. So you can see there are the crew transport vehicles that will very shortly take the astronauts and cosmonaut back to the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building to doff their suits. Preparation for future launch coming up later in today, or later on in the future. Potentially tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see the final call on that. Now about 7:33 local time here on the East Coast as the closeout crew make their way across the crew access arm to the Dragon spacecraft to prepare to bring the crew out of the Dragon Endurance. Talking about the potential launch opportunities for Crew-10 that are currently on the board on Thursday and Friday. From a weather standpoint, things look pretty darn good, very similar to what we had today. However, there may be a little cloud cover that comes into the picture as the cumulus cloud rule does come into effect on both Thursday and Friday as the current launch weather forecast stands.
Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is in the White Room. They're doing final preparations for hatch opening, expected in just a few minutes from now.
SpaceX, Dragon copy.
Based off that communication from SpaceX to the crew, it'll be just a few more minutes before they start to open that hatch and help the crew make their way out of their seats on the Dragon spacecraft. time now 7:43 p.m. Eastern, 23:43 UTC. On an alternate timeline, we would be just a few minutes away from the launch of Crew-10, but as you can see here, the closeout crew is back inside the white room there on the crew access arm, preparing to open up the hatch, the side hatch on the Dragon Endurance spacecraft and allow the crew to egress from the vehicle. Obviously, this is not a quick process to close the Dragon hatch. It is not a quick process to safely open it back up to ensure that there's no potential damage to the vehicle. Obviously, they want to preserve every opportunity for a launch, and so adding in any extra dings or scratches would not be ideal. While the crew access arm, as you can see in this helicopter view, shows that that white room is abutting the Dragon spacecraft, it is not a hard seal against the vehicle, so there is a reason why they had those safety harnesses that are attached to their backs to make sure that the closeout crew is safe when they're out over the Dragon side hatch there. Falcon 9 rocket is 229 feet or 70 meters tall, so you want to be safe when you're doing any kind of operations at that height. As we are coming up on the original launch time of this mission, we are also about to have a passover of the International Space Station just overhead here at the press site. We're hopefully going to see if we can get our tracking cameras pointed in the right direction, and if we can get you a live view of the space station as it cruises overhead, we'll bring that to you live.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team is preparing for side hatch open in just about a minute or so.
Dragon copy.
And we've got a view of the International Space Station flying overhead, as spotted by our friend Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions. This will eventually be the destination of the Crew-10 astronauts and cosmonaut once they are able to launch from Pad 39A. Space station traveling at about 17,500 miles per hour above Florida's Space Coast right now. This is a view from our tracking camera, Adam Bernstein. And you can practically...
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And Dragon SpaceX, hatch is open, so we'll be handing you off to the closeout team for egress. Sorry we couldn't get you off today, but we'll speak to you soon and look forward to trying it again.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy. We see the closeout crew. Great working with you today. Kudos to the whole team. I know it was a lot of work to try to get it to go, but like I said earlier, we'll be ready when the equipment is.
Good words from Crew-10 Commander Ann McClain as we continue watching the passover of the International Space Station. Crew-9 astronauts as well as the cosmonauts on the Russian segment passing over the Space Coast right now. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of their fellow astronauts and cosmonaut when Crew-10 mission is able to launch. Taking a look at the wide shot here at the pad. If you look up from the American flag, go straight up and then over about 2 inches away, you can see just a little faint dot that's moving against the night sky. That is the International Space Station. Far away from where Crew-10 is right now, but hopefully with the launch in the days to come, they'll all become much closer once Dragon Endurance arrives at the forward module, or the forward port of the Harmony module. We're now about 5 minutes past the original launch time of this mission. Could have been a nice view for those on board the space station watching the ascent of the Crew-10 flight on board a Falcon 9 rocket. local time 7:57 p.m. Eastern, 23:57 UTC. You can see the two mission specialists have now egressed the vehicle, followed by pilot Nichole Ayers, and Commander Ann McClain is now stepping out of the vehicle. As the crew goes in and out of the Dragon vehicle, the closeout crew is there to help them safely do so. You saw them protecting the crew's helmets as they left. Make sure that they didn't cause any damage to their flight suits as well as to the side hatch door. now 8:02 p.m. Eastern, 0002 UTC. You can see the 4 members of Crew-10 now getting back into their Teslas, and will begin the journey to return to the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility. They will doff their flight suits and prepare for the next launch attempt when it becomes available to NASA and SpaceX once they have a resolution on the hydraulics issue. Now at 8:08 p.m. Eastern, 0008 UTC, you're watching as the crew of the Crew-10 mission make their way back to the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building following the scrub of their mission due to a hydraulics issue connected to the clamp arms that hold the Falcon 9 rocket in place. Teams were hoping to have resolved the issue prior to launch and get a good flight rationale to proceed. However, they were not able to make it to that point. And so you're watching as the caravan makes its way back to the ONC. Right now they are passing by the crawlerway. That's off to the left of these vehicles as you're seeing them cruise on down the road. That crawlerway is used to transport the mobile launcher, which is used in support of NASA's Artemis program and the transport of the Space Launch System rocket out to Launch Complex 39B. Time now 8:20 p.m. Eastern. (0020 UTC). As you can see, the crew has arrived now back at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility. They'll head inside, doff their suits, grab a hot meal, and call it a day as they await news of when next they will be able to launch to the International Space Station. As we're beginning to close things out ourselves, now that the crew is back at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility, we are still, at this point in time, tracking launch of the Starlink 12-21 mission. SpaceX is currently targeting 10:35 p.m. Eastern, 02:35 UTC for the planned launch of Starlink 12-21 from Space Launch Complex 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Wrapping things up here at Pad 39A, the hydraulic issue connected to the clamp arms just beneath the Dragon trunk were the culprit for why we did not see a launch today. As teams work to resolve that issue, we will get news and get that news out to you of when next they are going to be targeting the planned launch of Crew-10. Meanwhile, our focus now shifts over to Pad 40 at the Cape and the planned launch of Starlink 12-21, which will have its own dedicated live stream right here on the YouTube channel. I want to thank our moderators for helping us out today. Thanks to Clistia Lee, Rick Donner, Mark Otto, Rusty Shackelford, Aussie Space Girl. Thanks to all of our moderators who have been helping us out today. Really appreciate all of your hard work. Thanks to our photographers, Adam Bernstein, Michael Kane, for their photography of the crew at walkout. We shared some of their photos on our social media, and you can follow the fellas on theirs. You can find Adam at Aburn NYC, Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. Thanks as well to our friends Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions for capturing that great space station flyover shortly after the planned launch time. Thanks to our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, for writing the technical operations of the broadcast. Most importantly, thanks to you for your time and attention and being with us for this coverage this evening. We'll be back with live coverage of Crew-10 whenever NASA and SpaceX proceed with the mission. For now, we focus on Starlink at Pad 40. So we're going to break down from here. We'll be back with you with live coverage beginning an hour before liftoff. T0 on that mission currently targeting 10:35 p.m. Eastern, 02:35 UTC. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. And until then, bye-bye.